Artex, hope you're doing fine. Thank you, Artex. Yeah, I'm doing great. Doing great. Your pictures have been really good on the Discord that you've been posting. Good job on that. Looks like you've been drawing a lot as of late. Thank you. Well, I keep going, not that much, but daily at least a sketch. Pokemon here, I slowly decrease my gaming time and slide more pencil swinging. Gotcha. Yeah, I've been kind of not drawing lately. Just kind of, I've been practicing coding and obviously finishing this project, but I'll go back to drawing once that gets kind of. Once I get this project done and a couple things, other things taken care of, I'll go back to drawing, doing drawing streams. Right now, though, I want to just focus on, other things a little bit. Slipknot fan says, "Yo, hey man." Slipknot fan, how do you say hello in your language? In your country, how do you guys say hello? Just kidding, that was a joke. You get it because you're in England. Hello, governor. We have Great Britain is already in the house. Englandia, as I call it. How's it going? Hello? Nice. Englandia is in the house. I'm thinking of buying a book where Joe Weatherly also... I'm thinking of buying a book where Joe Weatherly also worked on. It looks really interesting. Slipknot fan says common hello lol. Nice. That's what I thought it was. I'm just interested in other cultures, But yeah. Future Oil says hi, Foros. Hey, how's it going? Sorry, my brain shorted out as I read that. It looks really interesting. Hi, Governor. Nice. Hello, Governor. We have some different vernacular. Oh, it's weird how such a small island can have so much difference between it. You know what I mean? I know in Belarus, like once you left us, it's kind of crazy how I wonder if this is changing too, because like back in the day, like before, like pre-internet, if you left a major city in most countries and went to like a rural area, you essentially had people that you couldn't really understand, just like 20 miles outside the city, 25 miles. Like if you went to like whatever the rural part, you literally can't understand what they're saying. And now I think that's got to be changing because everyone's kind of exposed to the same linguistic standard over the internet. That I'm sure there's still like differences in accents, but I think my theory is in the next 50 years you're gonna see like accents smooth out. Are you thinking of playing Crimson Desert? No, I'm not. I've heard good things about it. I've heard like mixed reviews, but I've heard that it's like really good. But it's not, it's the type of game I wouldn't finish. I just know myself. I just know I won't finish that game, so. I'm just, like I said, I'm just hardcore into Helldivers. Starship Helldivers. That's the only game I play. Well, that and my phone game. My one phone game that I have. Fallout. I like that one. It's a nice little colony management game. It's basic and simple. It's a little bit linear, like in a sense that you can't really make like mistakes that'll like knock you out of the game. But other than that, it's a Can you get a try before you buy of it? Wait, can you get a trial before you buy of it? Not that I know of. I mean, I know some games have a demo. I can look at Steam. I kind of doubt that the game's gonna have that. Let me go to the store. From Crimson Desert, $70. Ooh, that is a steep price. That is a steep price. Is there a demo? By Crimson Desert, there's no demo, so no. So no. And I'm just, it looks, like I said, it just looks like a game I would definitely not finish, so. It gives me Witcher vibes, which I loved, and then I didn't finish also, so. That's my take on that. I think it's about $70. That is in this economy, bro. Bro, until they open the Strait of Hormuz, I'm not buying that for $70. That's crazy. Oh, it's a little hot in here. I don't know, suddenly it got really hot. One second. Gotta turn down my thermostat. Yeah, they're gonna need to, they're just, the economy right now, you just can't be buying things like that, you know. What other news do I have? Not really a whole lot. I got to the point where I can program a selectable circle on my unit. Now I'm trying to figure out how to like reliably make the unit move around with a right mouse click. So that's kind of where I'm stuck at right now. Troll, how's it going, buddy? You said hi, and that was the end of that conversation, apparently. It's okay, though. I understand. I'm very caffeinated this morning, too, so... Nothing hits as good as, like... Nothing hits as good as, like, 2 strong cups of coffee after like a really good solid sleep. and you just get 2 of them in you. Man. I'm sure I'm burning out my receptors, but I just like the way I feel. Do you see that video of a guy in London who pulled a fake gun on an employee and fired a chicken from a fried chicken shop because he forgot to give him garlic sauce? No, I don't follow geopolitics. I don't know what happened. Was it in London? You said. That sounds like crazy, man. Yeah, I don't follow geopolitics, but that's crazy. YouTube comment section is gold though. Yeah, No, I didn't hear about that incident. I need to, you know what I need to kind of do eventually here? Is I need to like realign my camera to be a little bit more like maybe I can do it right now actually. I kind of have the leverage. I kind of need to spin the angle around a little bit so that it's lined up with my head a little bit more. If that makes sense, because like the issue I'm having is that every time I paint, you guys are like seeing it from a different angle. And let me push this over here. Like that, I think it needs to be more like this. That way, like when I paint, you guys are like seeing it from the same angle I am. Like, or more towards the earthquake. Oh, yeah. Coolio, hello Foros, Earthquake. Oh, welcome to City 17. Geopolitics? Yeah. It was like a pallet gun or something, but it looked like a real Glock. I used to have something like that. I used to have a dart gun that looked like a real 9mm or something like that. Good times. What was I gonna paint? Wait, oh yeah, I did that so you guys can see a little bit better. Okay, so hopefully, will I get in the shot when I? So I'm gonna simulate that this is my head. I guess maybe I'll get in the shot. That's probably why I didn't have that, right? Because I have to like sometimes get in here like that almost. Sorry, just came in. The camera adjustments is wonky here. The camera adjustment is wonky. Gotcha. Yeah, let me know if my head is getting in the way or my looks clear now. Gotcha. Yeah, it took a little bit to get it settled in. Jen, welcome. Jen says, "Hi Hooks, when will you be adding green glitter?" Unfortunately, right now we're all out of glitter. We're all out of glitter for right now, but I don't even think they sell glitter for these guys. Unfortunately, I can paint one just for you with glitter though. I can paint a WarHammer figure just for you, and it'll have glitter and all this kind of fun stuff. Alright guys, I have just a perfect paint right now. Can't talk. I gotta do a little bit of painting before I go back to chat because the paint is hitting just right now. Coolio, hyper focus. Sometimes you gotta. Well, sometimes when you get the right consistency of paint, you like can't stop. You can't stop right at that moment because you're gonna. It's hard to get all the elements to line up again. You know, most of what I'm doing is like a lot of it is just getting the paint right before you start painting. And so when you get the right viscosity and you get the right visibility, and it's like, oh man, I don't wanna go back to chat. You know, I want to just focus. Get this material on there. Sorry, my brain just zoinked out as I tried to say the word material. Don't mind us. You guys are just the audience. Just ignore them. What's usually what I do? War glitter 40k, bro. War glitter 40k. That would be such a good sell. Sell it for like $1,000. War glitter would be a mix of green and black. The paint is hitting just right now. It dries up if you don't apply it soon. Well, yeah, it doesn't dry that. It's not that it dries that fast. It's just that sometimes everything just lines up. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you just don't want to stop working because you're like, things are going well right now, and I need to just push through this. But I'll get. Let me just kind of. Pew pew pew. Yeah, I'm doing that. Yeah, I'm doing that layer on the outside on the rifle stock, butt stock or whatever it's called. Just put your stream in 1040p. I hope you don't. I just put your stream in 1040p. I hope you don't mind. What? Why would I not? Was that? Is that? Why did you put it in 1040p though? 1040p. Minecraft has all the chance. Rodrigo, I didn't even see you come in. Minecraft has changed so much since I last played. Maybe I need to jump on Minecraft. What's going on Minecraft? Are they letting you build your own cities with the workers you have? See, I think Minecraft would be awesome if you could go like make workers that would do stuff for you. Like, if Minecraft started moving in the direction where you could like it means 14 4, yeah, the resolution, the lowest resolution. I don't get why it would do that. It doesn't hurt me, it just hurts you, really. Like, it's just like you're not gonna see well unless are you just saying because your internet is, internet has been acting up. Internet has been acting up lately not really here, but like sometimes people have been sending me things and it like hasn't been working. Just a lot of weird like internet stuff lately. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Low res, yikes. Yeah, I don't get why you would do that, but if you're 144 100 it doesn't oh, you're correcting me? Oh yeah, no, I know it's called 100. What did I say? Did I say 14.4 or something like that? Yeah, 144. It's because I'm playing Minecraft and my internet and RAM use gonna go down. Oh, gotcha. Video games don't really cause an internet RAM use gonna need to go down for your processing power and your video card. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Sometimes you gotta play those. I had to like when I was streaming Helldivers, I had to turn it down to almost Steam Deck settings to get like a good 70 FPS on my game. I had to turn it down to almost like Steam Deck settings to like stream it, and that's at a 390. Well, I did that so the video card wouldn't be screaming at like 80 Celsius. You know what I mean? Like, I can get it to run with like 80 frames per second on everything like ultra and stream, but then it's like literally like I have it sounds like I have a vacuum cleaner next to me just like blowing out the hot air. So I turn my game down just to be like, hey man, just chill. Like, you don't need to produce so much heat right now. Future Oil says low resolution, there will be $19.99 penalty fee. Oh yeah, Rodrigo, I forgot. If you're watching my stream in low res, like that's gonna cost $10 for the special convenience fee. This is coming from the top. This wasn't my decision, but you could just donate $10. That'd be great. Thank you. Videos play the fastest in 1440p. Sorry, 144p. Yeah. That took a lot of brain juice. Sometimes 1080p they keep buffering. I've never had this. I have, not to brag, but recently I had a company come in. That offers fiber optic, and so I have underground. So like I rarely have internet issues anymore, like of any kind. So even before that, I didn't really have internet issues, but now I never have internet issues, and I pay like $65 a month. Like it's not even. It's like. It was like half the price of like what I was paying, like 150 or something. Now I pay like 65. I'm like, yeah, like sign me up. My old company tried to come back, and they try to like come back on their knees and beg and plead and offer me some 1 year $30 nonsense, and I'm like, no, we're over. It's done. What was on the table is not off the table. Okay. It's crazy how much more reasonable they became. Like once competition came in and kicked their ass. They just like became super reasonable about everything. Anyway. What? Yeah. Once like the guy she told you not to worry about came into the picture. You know what I mean? You know that meme? $30? I didn't say I said $65 is about how much I pay for my internet. But we are charging a $30 fee to ask about a $30 question. Oh shit. Fuck, that is so much white that just came out. Lol, we're over. Done to the internet guy. Now you're just a pixel blob moving? I understand. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta play those games. I used to, you know, I played those games back in the day. You know, I didn't have the computing power for this and that and the other. Also, part of the issues too is Minecraft is I don't know about now. I'm sure they've revamped a lot of the engine, but because who's the guy who made Minecraft? Fuck, I forget his name. Doesn't matter. But the Norwegian guy or whatever. Yeah. The Minecraft runs terrible. People don't know this. Like, you would think like such a simple sort of graphical game would like have like would run like the optimization would be like amazing on such a project, but it's actually like terrible. Part of the reason that you're having to do that is like it's just badly optimized and programmed. But sometimes I think sometimes it's worth to do something badly to get proof of concept out the door. But they just never fixed it. It's like, $30 already covers almost half of your internet bill. Yeah, like that's right. Yes. If I make $30, like my goal right now is just to make $65. Like as long as I can cover my internet bill, you guys, I'll keep streaming. According to legend, he married an AI app and moved to Japan. Who? That one dude that made my? I don't know what's good. I don't follow. I saw a documentary about him, and then I guess he tried to like kind of make a company out of Minecraft, and like they had a small team, but I think he ran into the typical like he actually liked being like a weird nerd, and he like when he kind of turned it into more of a company and stuff. He like hated what things were becoming for him. He didn't want to manage like a computer game company. He wanted to be like a weird guy that like makes games by himself, or like, you know, he didn't want to kind of step into that role, and he like didn't like that, and so yeah, I don't know. Anyway, they sold it to Microsoft. They sold Minecraft to Microsoft. I guess my only complaint is that I wish they would have done something a little bit more interesting with the whole thing. I wish they would have gone and said, "Hey, let's make Minecraft sort of what Roblox is doing with their engine." Like Roblox has become a platform. It's not really a game. It's a platform for making games. It's a platform for kids to play games, and if Microsoft, you know, and you couldn't know this right back in the day. I can't blame Microsoft. How could they have known? But if they would have bought Minecraft and like did something like that to it, like, but they didn't. So. What do we got here? Jezebine! Hey, long time no see, Jezebine, welcome. You're having a great day. Thank you for stopping by. Who married an AI app? The guy who made Minecraft, I think he's talking about. But I'm not sure if that's true. Future just made that up. Augusta says, good afternoon, gentlemen. You didn't say ladies. You didn't say ladies. You have to say ladies, too. You're not. You didn't say ladies. Hi Slippy, Queens. Oh, so we still in art, but trying a different thing like sculpture and painting. No, I didn't sculpt. Wait. Am I supposed to change my? Am I supposed to change my thing? By the way, like, am I supposed to change my category when I do miniature models? I don't know what category I should be under. Let me do, like, is it miniature model painting or I don't know, miniatures and models? I don't know if I should be in a different thing. You're welcome, I live in the UK. Say hi to Boosie Man for me. Hey, Augustus Slipknot says hi. The Twitch description already has all the information? Yeah, but there's different categories. Like, it might be that I'm, like, gonna not get the, I think art is fine, though, right? Like, art? Or am I crazy? Yeah, cause I think Cena is an art, right? Cause he does that clay model stuff, and he doesn't have these issues. I think this is art, of course. Okay. Well, there is one more specific, like for miniature models, but there's not that many people watching. Are they all going to have yellow armor? Well, it's leather armor, but black and leather. Yeah, those are the two variations that the squad is gonna have. Well, yeah, there's a category miniatures and models, but it's up to you if you would like to switch discoverability. Yeah, no, it's alright. It's no big. I think I'm fine over here. Pink Wolf is getting his stream run 24 hours daily. Oh, he probably forgot to turn it off or something. Sorry about the text I sent you about the Mongols. I get excited and start to get nerdy. Yeah. No, I watched one of them, and I had to go. But yeah, I usually try to, like, if someone sends me a video, I try to, like, check it out. But if it's like 30-minute videos, I'm probably not gonna watch that. You know what I mean? I gotta, like, move on with my day. But I will. I will usually give it a. I usually give it a watch for a little bit. I mean, I like the Mongolians. They were good. You know, they had some good stuff. They had some good stuff. I played as the Mongolians in Total War, so respect. Yeah, that's how I should have the light right there. It's not that easy to get it there, though. That's the only issue. Yeah, it's just like the angle I need it to be at. It like perfectly covers up my face. Like you just never see my face ever again. I guess I could mount it to the other side somehow. Man, that's super annoying, isn't it? God cheated to stop the Mongols. Let me let the dog out really quick. I gotta let him outside. Haven't you drawn anything? Haven't you drawn anything lately? No. Just doing coding and painting this project. It's just that this is a commission that's been delayed by like 2 years, but drawing more just isn't doing anything for me. So I'm gonna draw. Like we'll go back to those, but I'm not overly concerned about doing that right now. But we'll get back to it. I'll get back. Right now, I gotta finish this commission. Kamu Wamu, welcome, man. Long time no see, friend. How's Britonia? How's the island? How's my favorite island? Nice work on the skin, the Lost In. Oh, on the you must be referring to my really genius work of putting like these like little kind of sort of skin texture, like trying to put like a skin texture on there. I do think that turned out quite nice. I think my only concern right now, I wish I had a light coming from another source. Oh shit. I just dropped a bunch of white paint. Let me go get a paper towel. I accidentally got some paint on that. My stuff. Looks great. Thank you, man. Courtesy is okay, I assume. I haven't watched news lately. Maybe it's blown up. I don't think so, though. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Are you getting a payment on the commission? I hope so. That's what we communicated verbally. It's just that I never. It was just such a painting like a whole army at like this level. It's such a daunting task that I was just like, bro, I can never do it. And like once I started drawing so many hours a day, my eyes would be shot. Like if I draw, that's the other reason I don't want to draw right now is that like if I draw even 4 hours a day and then I try to paint at the end of the day, my eyes just get wrecked. Like I have to like just kind of not. I have to like forego one of those activities just because it's too straining on the eyes to like do that much kind of stuff. So, yeah. So that's kind of my argumentation for that. I was always crap at miniature painting. Man, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of time and patience. It takes a lot. Like it really does. I mean, even now, when I look at my original orcs I painted that I thought were like exquisite at the time, looking back on them now, they still look pretty good. But well, especially if I had kept paint, if I only just painted, then I probably would have like be at a whole different level right now. But I think I've maintained most of what I learned during that period. I think I kind of I was able to like maintain a lot of that. You know, it came back quick. The knowledge I had built up since I painted first, not like it all came back, but a lot of that skill kind of like, let's say 70% of it came right back after the first 8 hours of painting again. I just all kind of popped back in. But I love miniature painting, miniature model paint. I don't know what it is. It's kind of like something about it. Elon needs to work on eyeballs. Elon needs to work on for the implants and stuff. I think they have stuff like that already. I think they have cameras that can communicate with your brain to some capacity. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I'm sure within my lifetime. It kind of sounds like they're getting to the point where if they're putting in neural chips into people's brains that are allowing people to use a computer mouse, that it's not entirely inconceivable that before the end of my life we'll have things like the ability to see for the blind. You know, it's you know, I'm not saying it's for sure gonna happen, but it seems kind of like we're there. Ish. Augusta says, I'm out, no brain implants for me. Why? Not even gonna use virtual reality? There has to be a limit? Oh, I love VR. I played Half-Life 2. I replayed Half-Life 2 in virtual reality. It was great. You're missing out on that, man. Half-Life 2. in VR was magical.
A globalist.
Oh, that was my Alex Jones. I can't do Alex Jones very well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the globalist. They want you inside the VR.
Exactly. Everything is great and magical. I have to stay away from potentially addictive habits. Oh no! You're not gonna. I thought I was gonna disappear into the. I thought I was gonna disappear into the VR thing, and then like I used it like. Yeah, I used it. I played through Fallout 4 in it. They had a VR version of it. I played Half-Life Alyx, but I didn't. Half-Life 2, but I didn't like. I'm done. I'm done with it. Like, trust me, VR is like one of those things where like it wears off. Like at first you're amazed at it. Let's just like you can see your hands and like you're interacting. The other thing that I think the one big mistake too that they made is that this is my big complaint about it is that like because I was in manufacturing, like I was a simpleton worker, right? Who bought a VR, and like all of them want to play into this. It's also not great for the eyes. Yeah, that's another big question. I'm not sure how good it is to have a screen 2 inches away from your face, because your eye, like when you're looking at stuff far away in VR, and your eye's trying to adjust to the perspective change, there isn't actually your eye is being tricked into, you know what I mean? Like when you go outside and you look at your hand and then you look at a mountain, your eye does that, like your irises or pupils or whatever, they do that thing, and your eye needs that. That's why a lot of people today have misaligned or they have issues with their eyes. Things look far, but actually no. Yeah, your eye doesn't adjust at all because it keeps staring at the same distance, and your eye actually needs to be adjusting back and forth in order to be shaped like a ball. They're finding a lot of people now are having like these issues with eyesight where their eyeball is formed because they're always looking at an iPad, right, for the first like 15 years of their life, and then they go out, leave the pod at one point, and then they see something far away, and their eye can't adjust because it's literally the muscles formed it to be only tuned for seeing things up close. So, whatever. I mean, I'm still good. If down the road I might pick up VR again, and like once it gets like a lot better. But right now it's clunky and annoying, and it's. Oh, I was gonna go back to like the whole thing where they make you stand up. Stop it. I don't even want to use my hands. All I want is a 3D immersion and keyboard. Don't make me get up. I don't want to use my hands. No thanks. Like, all of that was a huge mistake. It's only the novelty of it wears off in about 2 minutes. And then you're like, okay, I want to sit back down and play games. I like the immersion of the 3D, and I like being able to move my head around or whatever. But beyond that, I don't want to use my I don't want to hold my hands like this. That's not comfortable. Like shooting a gun. Like, it's just a really, really awful experience. Anyway, that's kind of my thoughts on it. Augusta says, I have a theory. I think they're holding back on VR. No, they're not. Until they reach a new level. Well, if they're waiting to reach a new level, they're not holding back on it, right? I think soon they'll release sorry, that word is too big. Magnificent things with VR. Well, they are they're not holding back. They are developing the technology. Like they're just the volume of. Oh my god, the dog keeps barking. 1 second, I gotta let him in. He's driving me crazy. All right. Now where were we at? I forgot what really good point I was just making. They will release new better versions of it. But you know, it'll have its place. It'll have its place. Well, actually, to the point of the implant eyeballs, I guess if they could like beam the information inside your, if they could just beam the information inside you, that would be pretty dope. Elon eyeballs sparked all this VR fringe. I just want new eyeballs, no astigmatism. Yeah, you're it's gonna be, I'm sure getting a new pair of eyeballs is gonna be expensive. VR that plug directly into the brain and downstairs area, I think the novelty will take a bit longer to wear off. True, that would be a smash hit most likely. That would be quite the product. The Google glasses were projecting the picture on your eyeball. Google glasses were projecting picture on your eyeball. What do you mean when you say that? They were projecting the picture onto your eyeball? It seemed kind of neat, but apparently it didn't make it. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Like the glasses that you were wearing had a hologram? Like, you mean like those... But if you beam a light into your eye, you can't... It was not actually... Right. I'm just trying to understand what that means. I've never heard of being able to see things by projecting... Like having it like a little screen there that's being like light that's being beamed into your iris or your pupil to see things. I guess I've never heard of, I don't know exactly what that is. I saw something a few months ago. They were showing that you could, for example, see yourself sitting in the room with someone. It would be as good as reality. Yeah, but you can, I already don't want to do that. I don't want to do that in real life. I don't want to pay for that. And now you can stand up and get close to a person. You would see pores. That's disgusting. You would see the tiniest micro details. Again, no thanks. Be an avatar. Be a hot avatar. Don't be you. What the? I want to pay for that. As if they were looking up close. I saw that Mark, because I think it was Alex Friedman and Mark Zuckerberg. They sat down and they had or somebody on that level. They were like sitting inside of their VR thing and they were seeing each other. They were sitting across from each other, doing a VR interview, and they could like it was just dumb. Like I'm trying to see the light in all of this. I'm trying to see the light of where like this is all gonna like make sense, but like. They're making it like, okay, the only way I can see what you're describing working is like sort of the sex market, right? Every other reason is sort of like there's no reason to do that. Like if you send me, like let's say me and you are doing business, I don't want to have a meeting like that with anyone. I want you to send me an email giving me the information. Just give me like the deets. I don't want, you know what I mean? That's the only, like, I can only see that what you're describing working in a sort of the sex kind of internet tourism, whatever. For me, the biggest impact will be revolutionizing the corn industry. Right. Yeah, I think, like, you mean like online prostitution, like you rent, yeah, like you could potentially, right? I could see that definitely taking off. Directly projecting image. Again, I'm not arguing for or against it. I'm just saying that's probably what's going to end up happening. directly projecting an image into your. I'm trying not to take like hard stance on things. I'm just kind of describing where things are going. Directly projecting image into your eyeball doesn't seem like a good idea. No, in my opinion. Yeah, that's the other thing is I'm not. That sounds like getting flash banged by a projector upon passing by it is bad enough. Yeah, maybe it's like done in a way that isn't gonna mess you up, but it came up in that discussion. You don't need VR to update a spreadsheet. Right. A lot of it is just like, it's sort of like, imagine doing your boring task, but in a more cumbersome and like stupid way. Like imagine adding in more layers of complexity to something you already don't want to do. That's what that's what all that like wearing AI headset team, like all of that, like, you know what I mean? It's just like, let's add more like garbage to the problem. My Warhammer brain, read it, the corny industry. Corny industry. Oh, because he said porn and you read it as, yeah. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting where things are. Let me give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back. Jen says I did hear that about it. Well, yeah. We'll see how things play out. I'm honestly, I'm pretty optimistic about things. Like, even when things are going bad, I'm still kind of like, it's bad for us right now, but you have to see you know what I mean? Like I try to take a broad approach to like the overall vision, even if we get like, you know, where's my white color? Even if for us things aren't going to end up well within the, you know. Jen says, all I can think about is Yuri Bezmenov's lecture. Oh, I know who you're talking about. The guy who was like the Soviet spy who was explaining how to corrupt and destroy society or whatever. I've seen a little bit of it. I wasn't like super interested in that, but I know who you're talking about. I've seen if you were talking about the same guy, I've seen a little bit of. Ecological warfare, subversion, and control of Western society. Jinjin says, I mean, about the idea of glasses, not the corn industry stuff. Lol, I don't get all of that. Just go outside and meet people and do it that way. I'm willing to be fair though, I'm willing to best those don't to even compare. To be fair, that is a well. Look, I'm not. Yeah, never mind. Fuck it. I don't want to talk about it. You can create a lot of problems with yourself, right? For yourself by doing it. You know what I mean? By finding people in real life, like you can create a lot of problems. Yes, you can. Yeah, yeah. Everybody knows. The butt of that rifle's looking real tight. Real good. I'm starting to really like that. Find one consistent person. You don't need to resort to VR. That just sounds so pathetic. No, I don't think it's pathetic at all. It's to each their own. To each their own. That's like saying don't kill people in VR, join the military. It's so pathetic to like enjoy combat. Like you should do it for real, bro. You should feel the intensity of watching someone's life slip from their eyes. It's way more visceral and just way better to do it in real life. No, I'm just kidding. I was being hyperbolic, but you know what I'm saying. Like real life has real life consequences. Sometimes that don't. You can get stuck with a real problem you create for like decades. Like decades. Sometimes being a little emotional, say you get in a fight on the street, you could go to jail. You don't know what could happen. It's just be careful out there. Kamawama says, I'm working from home right now, but all the computers are down, so I can't do any actual work. This is living my best life. Gotcha. Nice. It's like they call you up from work, and they're like, "Why aren't you working?" It's like, "Yeah, all the computers are down at my work from home." What you know? Oh, you mean like the servers are down at your, so you can't like can't log into your thing or whatever. People are wait. Augusta says people are dangerous. Even people who project a healthy image of normalcy can be potentially dangerous and deceitful. Well, that's for sure. Yeah, for sure. I don't want to get all sad. I don't want to go on a whole sad tangent, but yeah, that's for sure true. But I'm still obliged to take a call if someone calls. Just got to tell them I can't help because all the computers are broken. Oh, nice. Yeah, sometimes you'll get that. Sometimes you'll get that. That does sound like a good day at work, or a good day at home. That sounds like a good day. Right, we the closest we had to that at like in manufacturing is where like the electricity would get messed up, and they would have to like work on it, and we'd have to shut stuff down. Well, that not have to shut stuff down. It would everything would shut itself down for us. And then go home and hang out. Yeah. Yeah, like, what do you do if you work from home and the computers are down after work? Do you just like go back to like? Do you go to work after home, or like how does that work? Um, when you worked in manufacturing, what was the product? I don't want to specify because it would. I'm trying to think if it can be zero in on my location or something. I don't want to get too specific. It was very boring and stupid. Well, not. It was like, I guess it depends on like what position you were in, but it was. I just want to ensure you that it was not anything exciting or worth like saying that anything about. It was what you imagine most manufacturing jobs to be. But it was the main difference between what we did, I guess, like there's two types of manufacturing jobs. Well, not two, but there's more. But there's sort of the job where a thing comes at you on an assembly belt, or a thing comes at you and you have to do a thing, right? You have to tighten a bolt to a certain specification, right? Torque or whatever. Oh, and then there's sort of these continuous kind of jobs where there's something coming out of a like. Whatever. There's something happening continuously, and you're monitoring it, and that was more like my job. It wasn't like engine comes, tighten a bolt, and then the next engine comes. It wasn't like that. So for those who don't know, it's there is, you know, like people will do the whole thing like well, it kind of depends, because sometimes some of these jobs are a thing comes and you push a button, and then the next thing comes and push it, and you push a button. But some of these jobs are not. Some of these jobs are very exhausting in the amount of knowledge you have to have about the things to do adjustments to the like. It's actually not as straightforward as I think some people think, but. I guess it says, I live in the most industrial city in Brazil. Half the city retired due to disability at age of 40. That sounds crazy. That sounds kind of crazy. I'd have to look into that, because that doesn't sound like a normal rate of loss. That sounds like above average. I will say that manufacturing was good in that it taught me to... It gave me the ability to suffer for like long durations without complaining or feeling anything. And I can like just outwork. I can just keep going kind of thing. It didn't teach everyone that lesson, because not everyone was... Well, never mind. But... it taught me that lesson for sure. It was just the push through. Industries like it because they no longer want to pay the salaries of 15 years ago. Because they know, so they put them on disability because, like, I don't get it. Are you saying people in Brazil make less now than they did 15 years ago, and disability is cheaper than, like, giving them a raise? Kind of wild, but it's basically a retirement agreement. Oh, sign me up for that one. For retiring at 40. I mean, I don't know like what kind of lifestyle you can afford in Brazil, you know, with a stipend they give you for disability, but retiring at 40 is pretty chill. Like, tell me, can you sit inside your house and paint models all day and play Helldivers? Because if you can do that, then sign me up for that deal. We got this cool thing in America where you just you work until like you stop living, and then that's when that I hope they don't figure out a way to bring back dead people, because then they won't let you die. Like if you still have, you're like not legally allowed to die until if you have debt on your name. Like if your relative debt versus like your positive money isn't right. Like imagine like you get stuck with $250,000 with like school loans and a house, and like you get in a car crash and you're like, oh thank God, right? Like it's over, and then like they just bring you back and you just wake up in a dreadnought suit. They just wake you back up. They put your brain inside of like one of those dreadnought suits from WarHammer, and you have to serve in death until you pay off your loans. I know, aren't I fun? Aren't my ideas super fun? Talks about money. I detect our friend Augustus. We don't talk about money that often, do we? Oh, I guess we do. We bring up money. I have many neighbors who are engaged in intense hobbies. Well, I didn't know Brazil was winning that hard. Honestly, I thought Brazil was. I didn't know anything about Brazil at all. But if you're telling me that, then I was. Maybe we're being lied about how good America is, because like. It's good here if you get over into the 250,000 territory a year, it's good. It's good. It's good. But when you're the unwashed masses, it's like, oof, bro, you better not make even a single mistake, because you can lose everything if you cough a little too hard. Oof. Jen says I agree with Future. Not the lone dreadnought? Oh. Not the lone dreadnought? Yeah. It's like you'd rather die if you outlive your future savings. Bro, can you imagine? Like once you run out of money, but being in debt for an extended life is not a good way to live. Being in debt for extended life? Yeah, what if they were tied? Like you can't, like first they make it impossible for you to die unless you pay off your loans, and then they make it like to where you have to stay like you have to have a good like credit just to keep living. You know what I mean? Like it's all like financially dependent on whether like I think there was like a movie like that once where it was Justin Timberlake, and they had like you would buy, essentially you get paid in time that would be like locked onto your wrist, and so when you like your time, you basically you work for time, and then like you would not die. And it's kind of weird because that is like, I'm sure whoever made that movie, they were talking to their elite friends on wherever place, and they talked about that idea, and he was like, you know what, that's like, how do we get these like lazy workers to work again? And it's like, well, if we make it like, oh, this is like legal and fair, where it's like, oh, you ran out of time, bro, it's your fault, and then they can just, you know what I mean, like that's what you agreed the system was, right? Augusta says we're talking about 1K per month in retirement. That's not bad with the price difference of what if you told me like 500, like $1,000, you can live pretty good, because industrial workers are already considered a higher social stratum. Yeah, I think here there's still good manufacturing jobs here, but they're becoming more They're becoming more and more rare. And I think manufacturing is definitely looked down on as like a low IQ activity, which is what I did. But it was definitely seen as like that's where you don't want to end up in life. But I ended up doing 10 years of it, and I might have to go back. We'll kind of see, but we'll roll with the punches. You just created a perfect plot for the movie. The thing is that movie already, like the movie I was talking about, that it's already exists. Those guys live well. They all have 2 cars, a motorcycle, and their own house. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, I think a lot of the middle class in America came out of manufacturing back when we still had an industrial base. So, I mean, you still do. It's just it's not as prevalent now. It's like door dashing or whatever. I don't know what people do now. I really don't. They sift through documents. I don't know, but. I'm almost thinking about doing this guy like some blue hair, like a little bit of a blue hair kind of thing going on. Should I hit him with some blue hair, or is that, you know what I mean? Like blue quills, or is that gonna be weird? Because like the other ones are just like gray quills, but they have a gradient going from the back of them is like white, and then they get darker as they go towards the head. And I thought that looked neat. I'm just trying to brainstorm over here. I don't think blue would look that good. Ugliest was... Unless it was quite subtle. Unless it was quite subtle. Yeah, I was thinking doing a almost like a bluish tint to it, like but not like halo blue, not like, you know, not like it burns your eyes like blue or anything like that. But yeah, I think the blue kind of like, I just want some kind of difference in them. I just want like something different about some of them, but the only variation I have between the units is like some of them have leather armor, some of them are wearing like black armor, or like their clothing is like black. And so I'm like, eh. Let me think here. I think I'm just gonna keep doing gray. I think I'm just gonna keep going with the gray on these. Genjin says red. Okay, red. You know what? If I painted half of them white, or the tips white, and hit it a little bit with like, I think red could work. I could see them like Do I need? Should I look up Roots, quill, color, basic. Like, what's their like? What are they supposed to be? Quill color have no single standard, and are typically chosen to contrast with a skin tone or match unit's overall scheme, often ranging from red, blue. Yeah, so it's. I guess you can get super silly with the hair. Sounds like we can get super silly with it, honestly. White tips would be... Well, I was thinking, like, white tips would be good. And then, it sounds like what I'm being told online is that you can do red, blue, like green. It just, like, people use it as a offset contrast thing, right? Like it looks good already as black, just because, like, he's green, like a light green. And then if we do a, Man, I really need to move this light, don't I? Hold on. Maybe if I do it like that. What just fell? Alright, maybe if I do it like that, and then I can control the light exposure like this. I really need to clean the top of this too. It has like dust and like just spit and just years of accumulated nonsense. This isn't a terrible strategy. Like having the lamp right here, I can kind of control it pretty well. Man, that looks so much better now. You can really things are really popping like this. You guys see the just the difference in like what you can see. Oh, Nina Jane Art rated with 77. Thank you so much. Let's do a shout out really quick. Let's take a moment to shout out Nina Jane Art. Let's do. Let me get my mouse here. Sorry. Oh, haven't done this. Shout out Nina Jane Art. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you guys had a super fun. Stream. I'm just painting some super cool units. I gotta do the hair. Yeah, I definitely am gonna have to touch on the hair. But look at how much it's exposing so many flaws. Like when you look at it under the camera, like stuff that like kind of has been blending in. I'm looking at it and it's like, wow, it really brings out like the flaws. Man. Joshua 2M. Nice. Thank you guys. Augusta says so cool. Yeah. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you guys had an awesome time over there. All right. Let me go get. I'm gonna try and do this hair black, or not black. Red. I'm gonna go with the red just to play around. And like I said, it sounds like you can do whatever with the hair. It's not like super specific, but I don't know if they all have to be red or they change. But I just want to try something different on this one. That's a cool Croup Mini. Thank you. Yeah. I've been painting these guys lately for a commish for my friend. So I'm going through all of them. And slowly working on my army here, but it's taking quite a while. It's taken a while. Nina says, "Oh, nice, thank you." Yeah, painting minis is very, very fun. All right, let me go grab red really quick, and we'll see what I can. Well, let's see if I can make this look good. I'm gonna do the tips white. I'm gonna paint red. I saw this trick where this guy painted something white. And then he did a thin layer of red over it, and it made it look kind of like a vibrant, sort of glowy red. So that's kind of because I do want those tips to be like kind of leaning towards like lighter at the tips and darker towards the head, the base of the head. So let me go get my red really quick. Red is the complementary color of green. Your friends watch you paint their figs. Yeah, actually, well, he was on YouTube, but Anasty, sometimes he'll pop in. If you see Anasty on YouTube, that's the guy I'm painting them for. So when you see his name, make sure to mention how much this could, how disappointed you are with the paint job. Yeah, it's just amazing how much the camera like really brings out the, like, and the I don't know why, but like I swear to God, like in real life, it looks so much better than this. But like, it's so hard to get like a smooth transition anywhere. And then, to be fair, these things are tiny, right? So it's like really hard to get paint that's like, you can just tell. Like, I think the shoulder piece looks really good, the head looks really good, but there's some spots that start to get a little like, you can tell it's like, it's not quite as smooth as you'd want it to be. But it's just like I said, just the the camera zoomed in and just kind of just brings it out. Let me just zoom out. Let me just zoom out just a tad here, so we're not so trapped. Because then every time I move the unit, you guys can't see anything. Did we run out of music? Okay. I'm gonna try and do. Actually, I need to do white first, right? Oh, that is blood red. That is crazy. That's crazy red. That's like Ferrari red right there. Excited to see the red. Yeah, we'll see how it turns out. I'm gonna do the tips. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I'm gonna do the tips white. I'm gonna do white tips. And then when I paint red over it, that should make them like very Bellatrix Fairy says, hey, how's it going? Thank you so much for the stop by. What army faction do you like? I think if I started building out an army, I think I would go with the Imperial Guard personally. I think I like the Imperial Guard. I like Space Marines too and all that, but I think I would go with the Imperial Guard. Where? What are you doing? What are you doing? Now the image is perfect. We can see very well what you're doing. I know, it's way better now. But it also makes it look a lot worse because it's like you can see the blotch everywhere that the paint isn't like just perfect. You can see it. That's the issue. Elder was always my main when I was in 40k. Oh, Eldar, yeah, I like them all really. I like all the minis. They all look cool. But I'm more of a. I like the idea of like the regular humans just thugging it out with the aliens. They don't have any like superpowers. They're just like. Most of the figures are well designed. Yeah, I would say that most of them are well designed. Okay, we got the white tips, and this is just a base. This is just a base for the red, so that red looks a little bit more vibrant. I actually grabbed orange. Actually, well, I grabbed red, but I'm actually gonna mix it with orange to make it a little bit more like I think with white it's gonna look good because it's gonna be all like, bam, you know. Elder reminds me of elite vampire units. Yeah, is there are you talking about the old Warhammer, like the medieval? What was the old one called? Because originally there was like the Warhammer 40k, and then there was like the medieval stuff, right? And I forget what like the older Warhammer was called. But actually I really like that one. I never knew, like, I always thought, like, not I always thought, but I thought that, like, they had, like, some connection between the universes, like, that was the universe before it was 40k in the future, right? Like, that was the medieval version of that universe or something, but I guess they have no connection between those two universes. I think it's called WarHammer. Yeah, so it was just called WarHammer, just like that. Yeah, probably, right? Because they made the WarHammer games too, like the medieval WarHammer games. They made 3 of them so far, and they were pretty good too. There were some connections. The Chaos Gods were the same. Oh, okay, that's interesting. That would be interesting if they had 2 parallel universes that were spiritually connected and or directly connected. I think that would be really cool. Like it's the same god, like it's different times, same gods or same spirits, sort of warring in the cosmos. In the mood, in the mood, some Warhammer lore now. Yeah, they look like dark elves. The Kroot, or you know, it might have been a better idea to paint more of the quills white, because as I'm going through, like this red looks like going on the black. It looks like a deep blood red. Like it's not. I'm gonna have to do many layers to kind of bring out the red. I probably should have done a little bit more of the white to kind of save myself on the just how many layers I'm gonna have to apply now. You see how good that transition from the neck right there going into the back right there is? And then you look over here and you can kind of see like it doesn't have the same smoothness. And like it's like stuff like that. It's like I think if you can get it to look good in front of the camera, it's gonna look amazing in real life. But the issue is like if I make that the standard and paint the entire army to that, it's gonna take me like 3.5 years. Like it's gonna take like literally a lifetime to paint this stuff. That's the only issue with that. Otherwise, I'll do it. I mean, I have to like manage how many hours I'm putting into something versus like what someone is paying me, and I'm already charging like let's say friend prices, relative to people who do it for like a living or whatever. That's how I enjoy 40K now. No painting or board gaming. Now I just read lore and salivate at painting figures on Instagram. Oh, painted, yeah, bro. But I like having them in my house. Like I like having miniature figures in my house. Like I enjoy looking at them. So that's why I like to do it, because I'm like I want like little squads of Marines around my house, on my microwave, on my computer. You know what I mean? I want to keep doing it, and like I don't know, they're just fun to like look at. And when you get a squad of something you painted and you did it to your best level and it's fully finished and furnished, and you did the bases and you put the little grass there and everything, like you actually did it all the way through from A to B to C, it's like it feels really good when you see them later. It's so cool to see 10 different people painting the same models. To see the different styles and bro, I've seen recently, I think it was on Facebook, I was scrolling through, or maybe it was Instagram. Some dude was painting he was painting some a space marine with like a grenade launcher machine gun kind of thing, and then he was painting it on a level that I really did not think could be achieved, to be honest. Like I've never seen that level of like obsession. The guy is just absolutely insane. I'm sure like it's not like he can't paint an army like that quickly, right? Like it would take good, like he's painting each unit like he's putting in a contest for Golden Demon or whatever, right? So there is like a reality to how long a job like that is going to take, but I've never seen a skill level on that level. I didn't even think it was possible to paint like that. I was genuinely like blown away. He made him like look chrome, like he gave him like chrome armor. You can paint the mechs if you want to upgrade your skill. I did Gundam mech models for a while. They're a bit easier than figures, no painting or just construction. Oh, yeah, I did think about buying and painting Gundam mechs. I just didn't. My problem is they're always associated with a franchise, you know, and I kind of just want to have like mech that isn't connected to anything or whatever. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. But yeah, I did think about buying, like, actually there's like some, you can buy them pretty cheap actually nowadays. But they might be from some cartoon you've never heard of, you know what I mean? Like, You know what? I might have to bust out my primer because my primer has like I have this primer for the. I want to put that on the base of his like base where the hair comes out and do. It kind of looks almost as black as this rifle. I'm not sure why this black looks so fainted right now. Is it just the camera? No, I think it is the black. I think it is that like something. I'm gonna have to hit that up with some black because that looks like very like grayish almost. And I want it to be like a pitch black up there, like kind of like the stock of that rifle. I couldn't tell if it was just the angle of the camera. Just Jen Jen says bye. Oh, all right. Have a good one, Jen Jen. He probably paints in layers with an airbrush. He probably paints in layers with an airbrush. Sorry, I forgot like what I said that. I forgot what I said that was a response to my. Sometimes the medieval flute. Sometimes the medieval flute is too much. They go too hard with it. Some people do some nice chrome paint jobs on bro. I've seen like I said I've seen the Space Marine done in chrome, like his armor done in chrome. Not he didn't put like silver paint on it. He made it look chrome with normal paint. And it was like I'm like I can't even believe how good that looks. Like it doesn't make sense. It looks like metal, but it's not. Yeah, let me hit this was I want to hit the base of his face. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Okay, I think I'm actually gonna do the white on the tips more. Actually go like a 1/3 further, and then go with and then do another layer of red. I feel like those. I feel like I want to emphasize that more than what it is now. We'll kind of see what that ends up looking like. Okay, now I'm gonna go over that with the red. Well, sorry about that. I had to find my headset so I could hear you. How are you? How are you doing? Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you. You with the Raven? Nice. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the comment. Oh, thank you, Wolfgang. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Sorry, let me get ready here. Sorry. Let me get ready here. I'll do a shout out just here in a second. Yeah, I kind of want it to look like that, just maybe a little bit smoother. I want to smooth that out a little bit. But basically that's what I'm going for, is like what you're seeing there is kind of like, but not like that. Okay. Wolfgang, let's do a shout out for Wolfgang really quick. Were you doing that ship game, or? I got a little further in Subsonica. By the way, I got to a larva zone with these night crystals that now let me take my prawn suit to the deepest. Let's do a shout out. I've never played Subsonica. Is that the 2D one where you see? We got shout out given. Is Subsonica the one where you're like in a ship, but it's like 2D and you see it from the side profile, and it's like constantly they're like taking in water and you gotta fix stuff? 3D. Okay, I'm thinking of a different game. It must be claustrophobic though, right? Is it like, are you on a submarine in that game, or? Actually, I think I know what you're talking about. I need to work a lot on that. What's that's spoil the game, but basically the gist spoiling. Oh, the fact that you can go to get something. Yeah, there's an alien pew pew platform that will kill you if you try leaving while still infected. Oh, well, I never played that game, to be honest, but. This model, it's hard to get this model to be or like this hair thing right here. It's hard to get get a smooth transition going. I'm just gonna keep working on that until I do achieve that, but. There's still so much more to the game than that. You know what my favorite game of all time is? XCOM UFO Defense. That's a game for real men. Actually, that's starting to look better. I think we're starting to slowly get to that kind of where I want to be. Starting to get to where I want it to be. The hair. Wolfgang. It's called a synopsis, lol. Obviously, if you crash land somewhere, you try to get back home. I don't know, I haven't finished the game. I guess you're right, then so be it. Helldivers 2. Sorry, I was a little bit hyper focused on the miniature here. I forgot to read chat. My bad, guys. Sometimes you gotta lock in, you know. But speaking of Helldivers 2, I still play it daily. Rather enjoy that game. I think I've fallen in love with it more. Future Oil says, "Hello, fellow painters. Hey, man. How's it be, man?" You know what I just thought of, Future Oil? You know what I just thought of? What? Like making a painting, you know, like those those murals. You know those murals they have in some places where you see like it's like the pictures from the side, and you. Turn it down just a little bit. Actually, let me do a quick That's fine. like doing a painting, sort of like painting a background for these guys, and putting like miniatures inside of a thing, like a box. Putting miniatures inside of a box, kind of like displaying a scene that you look into. If they make like usually a, what do they call it? What is it called when you build a? I'm trying to diorama. Oh my god, a diorama, right? You build a diorama, but usually it shows you a piece of land, like a thing. What I'm suggesting is building a mock-up is more ingenious. You're a diorama, I think, right, is the correct word, because a mock-up is a little bit more for you're representing something you're going to build for real life. Like a mock-up is a model for what you're going to do later in real size, right? Diorama. Okay. So what I'm thinking is like organizing it almost like a painting, where you are looking into you're looking into the scope of what you're seeing can only be viewed from one angle. Because a diorama allows you to see from multiple angles. This would be a limited view. The scope of what you're viewing would be limited, because it would be inside of a box. If that makes sense. I would call a diorama a mock-up. Those might be close enough to call, like, interchangeably. I could be wrong about that, but I feel like a mock-up is a slightly different thing. Like, a mock-up is usually, I'm showing you this for what we're going to do later. A diorama is a diorama. It's a representation, like a small representation of what you're not going to do later. You're just rebuilding something that you like. So you want to do a little scene with a bunch of characters? Yeah. A diorama is a finished project. True. Yeah, they're. I think they're different. But I don't want to push too hard. I don't want to push that too hard, because I'm not sure if what I'm saying is true. I'm saying that partially on how I feel inside right now. The landscape would be in real space. Yes, sir. But when you look at it, the idea is you're building a painting, because you are painting on the figures. You are creating a scene, and but because you only see it from one angle, it would be like a painting, literally. And in the background would be a painted painting, and you put some LEDs in there in the box. Maybe that's what I should do. Is like tiny. Maybe I should build like tiny dioramas like that. Sell them on eBay. Landscape would be in real space. Yeah. Alright. What was I gonna do? Sorry, before I got horribly distracted by my own self. I was trying to remember what I was just talking about. What I was just trying to do. Oh yeah, I was gonna do this. Starting to look a little bit better right there. Like overall the quills, like they look, you know what I mean? They look a little bit better. Still needs a little work, but needs a tinge more water, I think. But yeah, I just think doing something like that would be nice. You know what I mean? Little dioramas or whatever. I want to keep the hair like a little bit on the darker side for the most part. Some of these angles are starting to look pretty good. Some of them. We're still not quite there, but Heroes, what are you doing? Maybe I should have the head separated when I paint these figures, like some people have their heads kind of like on a separate thing, and then because it would be a lot easier to do that, right? Like when you're not working around all the little details, risking touching something. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. You can always repaint it, but it's enough of a deal. It's enough of a deal that it deals. NSD! Oh my god! Yeah, looking good. That orange is such a nice... Yeah, I figured, because they do have different color hair and stuff like that. They do have different color hair, and I think it's starting to look really good. Like right here. Like this angle right here. It's starting to get to the point where it's looking pretty sharp. So, it still needs a little bit of work. It still needs a little bit of work, but we're starting to get there. It's starting to get to that like kind of level where I'm like, damn. So still needs a little bit of refinement. I'm glad you like it. I figured I figured I would do some. I guess their hair kind of, they have different hair, right? Like I don't know. Did you want all the hair to be the same, or we can do just different hairs? We can do different hair for like just switch up the hair between them, but I don't know if their hair is different, if they all have that hair, or if they should be more uniformed. I guess that's a little bit more of a, not a philosophical question, I guess, but I just don't know. I think I would rather stay kind of like either two, like black and red, or I just don't want to do like, I don't want them to look like parrots. That is all I'm saying. Like I don't want at the end of this. Yeah, full creative liberty. Noise. I still want to kind of like, I want the models to look clean. You know what I mean? I want them to look kind of like box art, like closer to box art. I don't want them to look grimdark and just make it like paint him like almost black. But I still want them to, like, I don't want them to look like parrots, but, you know, like it's like Cartoon Town, but I want them to not look like super, I don't, you know, like I want to strike a balance between like clean model and something else. Somebody says Simon Chov says your voice is weirded. Does anybody else notice my voice being weirded, or is it fine? Because I think you're doing great. Oh, thank you. Your voice sounds fine. Okay. Seaman Chove always comes in with some negative comment. In what way? I don't know. Somebody on YouTube said my voice sounds weird. But it's the same person that always has some kind of comment about something. What the? Zone fine here. Nice. Nice. Sometimes you kind is a bit smart in an opposite way, JK. Sometimes your thinking is smart in the opposite way. Yeah, sometimes you gotta... I get what you're saying. I've said some silly stuff. Like the hamster thing yesterday? Oh, wait. You're talking about my space hamster wheel for artificial gravity? No, guys, think about it. Okay, so I was talking about how to create artificial gravity in space. And I think this makes perfect sense, is you need... Okay, so this is what you need, right? You need a big wheel with humans in it. Okay, so how do you get gravity in space? If you have, like, walls inside of that cylinder that's going to spin. When it spins, you're going to hit the edge. You're gonna be automatically pushed into the corner of that wall. Gravity. You get gravity in space by adding mass. No, Wolfgang, so... I'm trying to understand if I'm crazy or if you guys are. If what I'm saying is like, I'm trying to understand if what I'm saying is crazy. So you have a big space station with a cylinder. Cylinder has internal walls. It spins. When it spins, the humans inside are going to, like, as it spins, you're gonna hit that wall's gonna hit you. So you're floating in space. That wall hits you. Pushes you up against it, moves you. So you're spinning inside of that cylinder, but to you, inside of that room, you're stuck up against the wall like you are up against the floor. If you have centrifugal force, then you have... It's what I'm but you're using a big word. Talk more in like hamster cylinders. We can... Sorry, what a coincidence, but actually gravity is due to large accumulations of mass. I like understand. So like I want to be clear. I understand. Somebody said NSC says electromagnetic system, maybe. Perhaps. I don't know how to. I can only think in like so. Okay, so did you guys imagine what I said, or did you not imagine what I said? The giant cylinder spinning with you inside of it, right? Because even if it so you know how astronauts float in space. If you have a wall that hits you and perpetually moves, you're stuck up. Actually, I don't know if that would work now that I'm thinking about it, because if there's, I guess, in space without. Never mind. I don't know. I might be wrong now. Like, you proposed an idea that would work. I proposed an idea that we should try. I don't know if that would work. Like swinging a bucket in a circle. Right, but it's different. But this is different because if you have a cylinder in space, if the cylinder is spinning and you're in the middle of it, you're never going to have gravity. It's just a cylinder spinning around you and you're sitting in the middle. If you have panels, or even just a panel and a half, it like splitting the room in two, and the wall hits you as the cylinder is spinning and continues to spin, you should be stuck up against that wall at that point, right? So, in that way, like, you can have small pockets of gravity on a big spaceship. The water doesn't come out. Right, but it's still different, right? The way I'm imagining, it's still going to be a different system. It's not a bucket because the bucket thing works on Earth because of gravity. The cylinder in space works because there's panels holding you. Like it's a slightly different. It's a similar way, but slightly different. Experiments are what makes science, not science guys. Like we charge Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm not gonna make. I don't want to make a hard comment on that. I don't know. I hear he's a smart guy. I'm told he's smart. Theoretically, yeah, like them rides at the fair. Right, right. It's kind of like what I'm saying, but those rides at the fair still have gravity interacting with them. So, but we'll just kind of skip past this just because I don't want to go down a gravity rabbit hole. But I'm pretty sure I'm like kind of right. Like I think it would it wouldn't work because you'd be like stuck in a corner constantly. So you'd have to like kind of build another panel to like straighten that out. Like you know what I mean? You'd have like engineering challenges, but I think I'm on the right path with what I'm saying. He annoys me with his poshness. I haven't seen enough of him. I know who exactly. I haven't seen enough of him to have a hard take on it. I hear he's a lovely gentleman. I did see some weird clips of him saying some stuff that was like a little bit confrontational with people that like he probably shouldn't have been confrontational with. I don't know. I've heard things about him, but I'm not gonna go into it. I don't want to challenge the idea. It's just using hamsters is funny. I think using the hamster wheel idea is it's a good way for because if I start using big words that I'm not sure what they mean, and then it's gonna make me sound smart, but we're not gonna understand the model, right? I think the hamster wheel kind of puts things in perspective. He makes me say the world is flat. We already got that gravity rabbit hole, right? Yeah. Slipknot fan says, "Have you ever heard of a boxer named Billy Collins Jr.?" No, doesn't ring a bell. He was in a match with Louis Resto, whose gloves were tampered with by having an ounce of padding removed, and his wraps in plaster of Paris. But how will it work you in? How would it pull you in? NSC, so the way it would work is you start off inside the cylinder. Like you have to, so the cylinder isn't spinning, you climb inside of it and then it starts spinning and then you have established gravity. Like you would get inside of your hamster wheel with panels at the end of the day, after a long day of mining asteroids. Then you'd be like, okay, I want to relax and have gravity. You would turn on your apartment, it would start spinning internally, and then gravity would slowly come into play. The faster it spins, you'd be able to adjust how much pressure you want. Billy lasted 10 rounds getting punched in the face with what essentially was rocks in the gloves. Slipknot, I don't know too much. I'm the only boxer I know and respect is what was it? Sylvester Stallone, where he fought the Russian guy. That's the extent of my boxing knowledge. I'm gonna go take a raid rest. Nice. You keep doing an amazing job on these minis. Thank you, Wolfgang. Thank you. Well, I'm glad I was able to turn you guys around a little bit on my space idea, because I was getting worried you guys weren't seeing the true vision there. Like, I know I'm right, you know what I mean? Just agree with me. Like, why do you have to disagree with me? Guys, next time we're here, next time I draw, I'll show you guys exactly what I'm talking about next time I'm drawing. Because they know not the light. Exactly. I think a lot of people they want to deny the truth. We still haven't been to the moon, and the world is flat. Nice. I don't know. I've been back and forth with the whole moon thing. Honestly, I've been back and forth with it. I don't know, but I watched an interview. I watched an interview one time with like one of the astronauts, and I almost flipped towards the moon. Just that interview just kind of like, I'm like, bro, I think he was there. I don't know. It sounds like he was there, but. Unless, of course, he himself thinks he was there, but actually it was a CIA op. I don't know. Anything's possible at this point. I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't invest too much time and energy into that. But. What would be fun if, like, we went to the moon and got one of them rocks back to Earth, and then it had, like, a parasitic, like, alien inside of there, like, some kind of creature, and then, like, it just started spreading on Earth everywhere. It was just dormant, like a dormant egg, that would just sit there and sit there and sit there. Like, that's their entire strategy, is, like, they get blown into space by, like, asteroids, and then they just kind of chill until someone finds them and their civilization just gets eaten alive. It's not negative, it's noticing. Nice. I mean, quite sure that man has been to the moon, but people who defended are wetards. So in order to make their blood boil, I say that. Well, they got me with all that talk about how, like, all the data, right? Like, because they go down the list and they're like, well, why did NASA doesn't have any original recordings of the moon mission? And you would think, there would probably be, like, sacred archives, right? Like, national archives of, like, the original footage. It's like under Mount Rushmore, or something like something on that level, right? But there isn't, and it's you do sometimes go, it's like, well, how's that even possible that they would lose that? Like, the most important national document of all time. So I don't know. I don't claim to know. I'm just saying that there's. Why would they make it? Wait. How long could the government keep not going secret for this? How could the government keep not going a secret for the... why would they make it a secret? Well, the cultural narrative, right? Like the beating the Soviets or whatever. I don't know. Back then it would totally make sense. Because normally you don't come out and you say you lied, like, later on, right? You gotta maintain the narrative and hope you can achieve the thing you lied about so that it doesn't... Because if you lie about something like that, you gotta make sure you can, like, figure out how to do it, and then... weight is precious. Why bring a VHS recorder? What do you mean? What do you mean? But they did record stuff, right? Are you saying they didn't record stuff? Or you're saying the message was transmitted? Are you saying that the reason that they have... Wait, they had cameras. How do they film everything? I'm being... Are you saying, like... I'm not sure what you're saying. Weight is precious, but the whole idea... By broadcasting it back... How do you broadcast things back in 1960s though? A wire? You know what I mean? Like how did you get the message back home? I'm on your side. I need explain it to me like I'm a baby. Like how they would broadcast it over radio signals from the moon? Is a radio signal not a form of isn't it like? Sorry, I don't want to sound super dumb. Is it like, how does radio work? Like, what is it fundamentally? Like a frequency? The moon, you can broadcast things to the moon via radio signal. Have you used a walkie-talkie before? Like, how much power did that take? I mean, I'm just saying. Like, I know that radio. Part of the well, actually, radio works, right? Part of the reason radio doesn't work is because like the curvature of the Earth, allegedly, right? The round Earth theory, like because the Earth like curves. So like the larger the tower, the more you can get, which is why they put them on hills and stuff. But I guess radio goes forever, not forever, but like it goes far. I don't know. It wouldn't be there wouldn't be any interference between Moon and Earth because it's empty space. You don't think the radiation belt would mess with the signal though, or whatever? Does massive amounts of radiation? There's interstellar communications. That's the space. Wait, there's the surface of Earth. Wait. There's interstellar communications. There's the surface of Earth in the way. Yeah. How do they get like when the Mars rover sent the pictures back? What's the story on how they did that? I actually believe you with the radio thing. I think that the only thing that like kind of blocks radio. You're saying radio waves is how they get pictures from the Mars? It travels without distortion that far? This is news to me. I mean, this is like news to me, if I'm being honest. Radio waves are electromagnetic radiation, just like light. But light distorts. Microwave, infrared, and ultraviolet. There would be distortion, but you broadcast a signal higher than the noise. There you go. There you guys have it. I was wrong. The moon did happen. I'm convinced now. I'm being completely genuine too. There you go. We solved it. But in 1970, why would people care about wetards thinking the moon landing didn't happen? As such, why have a physical recorded tape of the moon landing when they can broadcast over the radio wave back home? But you would think they would record that. Like there would be like recording machines, right? Now we know we need to have a physical recording on the moon. No, it's not a physical record. No, that's not. No, but like you would think NASA would have recorded that broadcasting though. And by the way, they did have a recording. Right, recording machines. Right, but they didn't. But they don't. What I'm saying is they don't have that. Like the recordings you're supposed to have on Earth. Those are all gone. All gone. That's what I'm trying to sort of say, is that like it's. That's what makes it, unless that's just untrue. Unless that's just not true, right? Unless what they were saying just isn't true. Have you ever taped over VHS of your wedding? I've never had a wedding, but that's not like a recording of the moon mission, the greatest national accomplishment, arguably, of America, isn't a wedding. Like that isn't like forgivable, right? Like that's not going to fly. Like, oh, we all make mistakes. It's like, no, these would have been under, you know what I mean? You would put these in a super special place where nobody can like accidentally grab it. Elmondo says, what up, Furrows? Didn't know Furrows was a divorce. Oh, I've never been. No, I was never. Was a divorce? No. Never been married, never been divorced. What's the real national secret? We accidentally recorded over VHS of the moon landing? That might have happened. They might have grabbed that, and you know what I mean? But I'm saying you would think that like that those recordings would be somewhere. In the 1970 technology, they probably figured that 1980 technology would be better. And it was, right? Jokes on them, it took us decades before going... You know what the other thing is? You know what the other thing I didn't know about the moon? Is that... Okay, you know how... Wait. Was there many moon missions? Like, they went there, like, a few times, right? Someone on stream told me that. Quite a few. So, okay. So, I don't know. That's... And each time they left something there, I'm assuming, right? Well, listen, we're gonna find out when they go back. They need to go back to the original spot where we never went and find out where that stuff is. To show the planet that we went there. I'm just kidding. I think we probably went there. Like I said, I'm a forever moon guy. Like, I stand with the moon. Taking a hard stance with the moon. So not only would they have to fake one, but like that's the other thing I didn't realize, that there were 7 moon missions. Like, are you saying there were 7 moon missions where they got off the ship and got on the moon, or they walked on the moon once and flew around 6 times? They left a few things there. It's actually one of the ways we can check the distance between us and the moon. A reflector, they can beam a light at all the time. 7 moon. There's 7 moonwalkings. Did you guys know this? I thought there was 1 moonwalking. Man, those are starting to look really good. Starting to really come out. This side actually is starting to look really good. I don't see a whole lot to do there.
Put a 30-second short in Yap about that boxing match. All right, buddy, I'll check it out. We'll check out the boxing match. Is that something really famous? I don't. I think it's not too well known because Boxing Authority wanted it forgotten about. Oh. A conspiracy theory, you say? The poor guy's eye were both swollen, but by the end of the fight, swollen by the end of the fight. Well, they do the plaster and the boxing gloves. I think they do that quite a bit in boxing, or like they get caught doing that. You know, you're not supposed to, obviously, but. His vision was permanently damaged and he died in a car crash 9 months later because it ended his career. They believe he unalived himself because of it. Damn. Yeah, I mean, if your only source of income is suddenly taken out, then yeah, that would be that would be a little rough. People said he would have had a highly promising career because he was a great boxer.
This model's starting to really shape up on the paint front. This looks a little dirty down here, but
Maybe if I mix the green with the black, I think I went a little too heavy with. Maybe if I do a mixture of green and black, that'll kind of. People couldn't believe he lasted 10 rounds for the damage he was taking. Was this in America, or was this England, or is this America?
We're good. Remove that before he falls over into a puddle of paint. Oh, that would have been horrible. That would have ended. That would have been career ending. It is really hard to blend paint, though. Oh, there's more under this arm that I gotta do. Damn. Man, this one's starting, like, from a visual standpoint, just like looking from like 2 feet, this model's looking badass. Like, for my skill level, this is like peaking. They'll need a little bit, I think, like some of the things on the legs, like down here, there's like some things that need to be like cleaned up. Like, this is a little bit too much right here, like it needs to be a smoother transition. There's things that need to be fixed for sure, but overall I'm like kind of liking where the general trend is heading. Yeah. But yeah, overall, I'm very happy with this model. Very happy. I would definitely like to have some of these. The thing I don't like is like, the thing is like when you paint for other people and you put all this work into it, and then it's like, bro, I have to like give this away. It's not a good feel. You know what I mean? I just want to I just want to keep them. Like, I don't even want to. But yeah. It's like, it's hard to put a lot of like effort into painting a model and then just like give it away. Not give it away, like there's a monetary exchange here, you know what I mean? But anyway, I'm really happy overall, like with how this is coming out. This is definitely, I'm starting to get to the, like, for me, my like top level, if that makes sense. Like, for my top level, this is, I think I'm like getting there, and then I think within the next 3 models we're gonna like peak and kind of hit a plateau for a while of like peakness, and then, you know, because I don't think I'm gonna paint for the rest of my life. I think that this is just a side thing I enjoy doing sometimes, you know, because it's just a fun thing to do. But yeah, but that's it for today. I'm done streaming. I'm gonna go learn Python. And actually, I think I'm gonna go walk my dog and reminisce about how awesome it happened in America in 1983. Thanks for the great stream. Holiday sent itself. Thank you for saying it was a great stream. Oh my god, thank you. It happened in 1983. Oh really? I thought this was like 1920s. That's what I was imagining. Yeah, 1983. What a time. What a time. Anyway, I gotta skedaddle. Let me raid you guys out. Pet the pupper for me. Yeah, I'm gonna take him for a walk and just reminisce about how awesome I am. You know what I mean? Like, I just deserve half an hour of just thinking about how good I just did. Anyway, guys, let me rate you guys out. Y'all have a great one. Let's see. Following. Who am I following? Actually, kind of close to what I'm doing. This guy builds models. Very cool stuff. Learning something new too. Y'all have a great time. Bye. Oh, 3 more seconds. 2, 1.